Well, hello, chat. How y'all doing? It's Monday. And y'all know what Monday means? Drawing! Yes. How are y'all all feeling today? Hope y'all are doing well. So, I have acquired some references. I have to go find them though. So I got that one. You forget that I literally downloaded a reference for cheat cubes. Would y'all like to know something funny? When I was doing my research yesterday and on Saturday, there's something I completely forgot about my research into Hydrangea for art references. I forgot that the Welsh flag has a dragon. Hold on, let me just... It's a fucking SVG document? There we go. But anyway, now I have the flag of Wales to use as a reference for my drawing escapade. And general shenanigans. But anyway, yes indeed. So if I go into my reference sheets, I don't have one for Hydrangea's Krysdra form yet. So I'm going to also grab some of these two reference sheets of Hydrangea. Because I'm making a gesture for this pose. going to look very chicken and scratchy. But it's kind of just so... I kind of have a reference as to how I want to do this pose. And this is just meant to be very shitty. Because it is a gesture! It's not really meant to look super fancy. But... So... now I'm going to move this over. And... I'm going to use that as the... And... rotate that. Does this place look interesting enough? I don't know if it is. Maybe I need to tilt the pelvis? A little bit. I think this is looking somewhat interesting. Enough? But honestly, I don't know. Of course, we have the shittiest gesture. And the actual body. Oh, I think I realized what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, I had to move the leg a little bit. Alright, there we go. I think that is somewhat decent. Now... like 20 minutes to do. And eventually I will kind of figure out how I'm going to kind of do with the horns and stuff. But for anyone wondering, Skelly, why are you using the Welsh flag as a reference? Because it's one of the few... It's like one of the Eastern... not Eastern... Western flags, and... No. Hydrangea is kind of like... I'm trying to make her... somewhat... like... Celtic. in terms of certain aspects of her design. And I feel like one of the best ways to do that is to like use Celtic and like generally Celtic sources. And of course I could have given her more of a Gaelic name. But the Arthurian mythos, from what I've learned, as it gained more like Christian and inspiration, it also gained more Celtic inspiration. I feel like it was kind of like a good way to kind of reference her like inspiration. Through, you know, mythology. But first thing is that I need to actually draw her. At the very least, draw the base for what I'm going to kind of try and do. Eventually I will make her squire outfit. Along with some of her other outfits. That is. So as I'm starting in a few minutes, and I'm just going to try and focus on, you know, getting this done. I have no idea if I'm hearing my mom snoring, you know, or if it's something else. But yes. Wait, is that equine at my door? Equine at my door. Nope. I have been deceived. Yes, one sort of idea I have for Hydrangea here specifically, it's kind of just, sort of making a bit of tufts on her ears. But yeah. It's kind of like what I might do. Yeah, let me just do that. Yeah, she is looking a little ridiculous this here. But this is literally just a sketch. Maybe I accidentally made her face a little too long. But yeah. Yeah. And so I'm starting in about a minute. And once those are over, I'll continue drawing in Hydrangea. Let me turn down the size of that. And move this down. yeah. And ads have started. I'm not going to make too many new additions and stuff to the sketch as I rolling ads, but mostly just small stuff. To the sketch. But yeah. This dragon has two sets of wings. Let me put that there. And I'm going before ads, and I'm going to add a little gesture of her bangs. Over here. And I'm gonna use this color. The first canvas properties. And okay. And ads are over. Welcome back, chat. Let me just put that there. Tweets out of the way. But I think I'm going to use... Wait, no. I'm going to use the tail from the Welsh flag as kind of a reference point. For here. Of course, do sort of this. But yeah. kind of like a, eventually I might need to make an art book for this story. Maybe once I release the game or the novel. But I'm going to keep Hydrangea's design pretty simple. Now over here, because she is, relatively simple person when it comes to like her outfits anyway. And her, scars add plenty of character to her along with her downturned eyes. I don't want to make her design too busy, because if you make a character's design too busy, then one, it's harder to draw them and be consistent, and two, it's harder for cosplayers, because they have to remember all those intricate little details. And honestly, I don't want to make any of these designs too complex, because I'm going to be drawing them a lot. And speaking of drawing, making all of this stuff super complex makes it harder to get fan art, because a lot of artists will be intimidated by the amount of detail required in order to make the design. So it's best to make sure that these designs are somewhat simplified, right, in some way or another. And just try and that's why a lot of artists don't really like drawing armor and mecha. And that's because, when it comes to both of those things, there's a lot of, things that have to be drawn, like individual pieces that need to be rendered and lined. And that's why when you look at most, artists and what they are willing to draw and not willing to draw, the most common thing that most artists won't be willing to draw is, armor, like complex armor and mecha. And that is because of the fact that, it's very hard to draw. Like, let me go to this drawing here. A lot of these details, those are stuff that many other artists might be intimidated by. Like, if I go specifically to, this elbow joint, even though it's basically just a circle with some lines, some people, there are harder parts that are a little more difficult. Such as, you know, some of the plating and the arms. And I'd like to mention that this is the nightshaded version. But if I go to one of my more recent-ish plushifications, there is a lot of detail going on in this whole thing. Like the fuck-ass pauldrons and the vents and just all of these little details. And this is also why a lot of artists don't like Bavers. There's Transformers. Because there is just so much detail. And I can't even say it as a maximalist in a positive way. Like, maximalist would be like more positive thing, but I can't really describe it as maximalist. It's just cluttered without reason. And there is another thing about it. The main issue is the fact that a lot of the bits and pieces of the Transformers in Bavers, like the faceplate, there's just so much detail that makes it uncanny. And it wouldn't be practical. Like, ideally, they'd have some sort of silicone covering in order to protect some of those parts. But clearly, Michael Bay does not think that. And yes, I will continue to clown on Michael Bay until he dies. Or until he retires, I guess. If he even is going to retire. Which I hope he does, since I don't want to have the possibility of him making and desecrating the Transformers franchise that I love ever again. Which, I don't know about y'all, but some of the scenes in Bavers haunt me. And just make me feel very uncomfortable. And at least one of them involves Bumblebee. Hold on, I think I'll actually put... Wait, never mind. I was going to have all of her hair in a ponytail, but I think her half up, half down is a little more iconic. Like, a little more recognizable for this character. It kind of makes her look a bit like a lion. Like some kind of fluffy beast. And I should probably also grab the Krysdra versus Hoop Vulcan in reference sheet. But yeah. I think I'm going to go to the reference sheets for and go into the first one for Hydrangea. I'm going to copy and then paste all of them along with the section out here. And I'm going to erase all of the glow and erase the shade here. And I am going to make this shape. And let's go into Patchley's Revenge. And also the lines. Actually, let me make those smaller. And of course, that. And then we, of course, include the detail. We start off shading. And we do that. But yeah. I'm probably going to have Hydrangea in her usual outfit for this. I'm going to cross off the eye reference for the to-do. And the big thing that I'm probably going to try and have is, you know, a front-facing and a back-facing reference. And of course, we already have the eye. I'm probably going to do something specific with the horns, but I don't know. The horns are probably going to be blue, just like her eyes. But I'm going to take a small break. Because I'm kind of going a little crazy. I've been sitting down for so long, I'm gonna be back and run ads. Alright. But Ebodinian. So I'm actually gonna go move this a little more to the left. Okay, just so there's enough space for when I do the backside. I'm going to import some of my design inspo for Hydrangea. And I'm going to make that purple. And use my Tsukik pen. In order to kind of do this. And I'm gonna have it kind of go down to here. Of course, a little bit of an offset for down here. And this is kind of like meant to be what Osmie. Hello, Duntage! Hello, how are you? I hope you are doing well. Right now I am character designing. How goes it? It goes well. I did an intermission because my attention span was being a little bit out of whack. I'm probably gonna like consume a haiku a little bit. I did take my Adderall, by the way. Just so y'all know. I did not forget. That's good. Yes, this is Hydrangea Pendragon. And she is, you know, alright. Also, thank you for the quiet hydrate. But yeah. So to kind of explain what I'm doing right now, Hydrangea has a human form, which is this. But she's also part of an original species called the Krysdra, otherwise known as the crystal dragons. I still have yet to make some of the more important differences. between the two species here, but the main difference is the eyes, because their eyes look like gemstones. Those eye designs are really cool. Thank you! Hold on, let me finish chewing on this. But yeah. So, Hydrangea here is meant to be one of the Krysdra. And she's meant to... The Krysdra are kind of like... meant to be dragons. Like somewhat humanoid-ish dragons whose horns have a bit of a crystalline kind of look. Look to them. Which can be a little hard to pull off for Hydrangea. But I think I might make hers look a little more smooth. You know, like jade. And then there's the hoop folk, such as Patchouli over here. As you can see, she has a different kind of horn. Jade looks really pretty, yeah. But given that green might not look all that good in her design, and it might stand out too much, I might make her Hydrangea's horns blue. But as you can see, Patchouli here, this is the protagonist of the story. Yeah, am I right? Yeah. And Patchouli is, you know, part of the hoopvolk species, which literally just is like German or something for horned people. But she has, you know, this spiral in her eyes. And that is one of the biggest differences between the hoopvolk and the Krysdra. Horned people? It's horned people. And that's because they have horns, which is probably a little ironic to say because I gave Hydrangea horns. You got a bunch of noise going on right now. Understandable! But Patchouli and Dahlia, who right now has no shoes, they are part of the hoopvolk people. The biggest difference being their eyes kind of look like the eye stalks on like snails or something. And kind of like a little more uncanny valley. No shoes! Yeah, I haven't figured out how to design Dahlia's shoes yet, so she has no feet for now. But yeah. So, to kind of explain Hydrangea's outfit here, she is technically like a kind of knight. a la Arthur's Round Table. And she's also a dragon. Well, technically Krysdra, which is basically just the combination of the words crystal and dragon, but with a K. K for the crystal part. But that is like what Hydrangea is referencing. So I wanted to give her sort of a Ren Fair look. And there is like a whole bunch of other stuff that I, gathered references for yesterday and on Saturday. And of course, I also, yes, there's more. But a fun fact is Hydrangea's design is actually based off of the Empress of Light from Terraria. In fact, two of the other characters that I showed just now, Patchouli and Dahlia, they're also based off of Terraria. Patchouli is based off of the Corruption biome, and Dahlia is based off of the Crimson biome. And Hydrangea here is kind of like representing the Hollow, and specifically the Empress of Light. Of course, not exactly, because I don't want to commit copyright infringement. That's so cool, what the fuck? Yeah. I think I actually color picked some of the colors from the Empress of Light and used them for Hydrangea's initial sketch. Which, let me go grab her right here. I believe all of these colors here are the colors I color picked from the Empress of Light. Of course, I had to go with a different skin tone. That's so crazy, yeah. And I need to go change this because you're gonna yell at your friend to pop in here. Let me just change that real quick. Because originally she was meant to be the same species as Patchouli and Dahlia. But then, of course, I made them initially like a year ago before I really thought of the Krysdra as something separate. Or like even thought of the Krysdra at all. So originally Hydrangea was meant to be a hoop Vulcan. Just like those two. But eventually I decided to change her to be Krysdra, just like Osmie. And they're kind of like meant to emulate the differences between Eastern / Asian dragons and European dragons. So I, of course, use the flag for the country of Wales as a reference in Hydrangea's dragon form. I forgot that I have the Thrash Machine in here. In my fucking Street playlist. I forgot the Thrash Machine in here. I forgot. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I do have my art hand on. Yes. So of the clothes here are from Holy Clothing, which kind of specializes in Ren Fair. Her looks. But let me go. Grab this for Pat Rev. $8. But yeah. So that is kind of like what Hydrangea is meant to be. And her design, and in general, she is kind of meant to be like someone you would probably see at a Red Fair. But certain aspects of her outfit just seem too real. Like, you know, her whole tail thing swishes in a way that it just seems way too realistic. Too real? Yeah, like, you know, like in a way her tail seems alive. But of course she usually hides most of her Krysdra features. Simply because, you know, it's just a bit of a pain in the butt for her to, like, have to explain it every single time someone asks her why she has a tail and why she has really straight horns that's straighter than her own sexuality. That is partially a joke, but also partially serious. All of the characters, a good chunk of the characters in the story and the main cast are some flavor of fruit. In fact, there's going to be some sort of, like, in fact, there is a character who, even though he is more of a minor character, who only really shows up in, like, 2 or so chapters, he is, you know, transmask and has been on testosterone for a few years. And is someone that actually knows. We love fruit, yes. We all enjoy the fruit. Fire. I still have to design him though. But his name is Leif. L-E-I-F. And he is, in fact, also a Fire Emblem reference to the character with the same name. Yes, Leif. Indeed. Actually, hold on. Let me go grab his brother. Or his design real quick. This is Leif's older brother, Fennel. Fennel Pappenheim. He's the oldest of 5 siblings. Which, fun fact, I based that off of my own mom having 4 siblings. But unlike my mom, Fennel here is the oldest child. Yes, he is the eldest of 5 children. So, I gave him this I gave him my cleft palate, but I also have this scar over here, which I'm probably going to try and connect to Leaf in some way. Like, for example, like, as a potential idea, maybe someone said something transphobic to Leaf when he was, like, around the beginning of his transition, like his medical transition. And Fennel, you know, came up to defend his little brother and got sliced in the face. So he has another scar. Of course, his cleft lip is kind of there from birth. But a lot of my characters here have scars on their face. But yeah. Fennel has a total of 5 siblings. And... wait, no, not 5. 4 siblings. So Fennel defended Leaf? Yes, because he is a cool older brother, and that's what cool brothers do. But in terms of age, yeah, fire indeed. Yes. In terms of the age of Fennel and his siblings, it starts off with Fennel being the oldest at, like, 22, I believe. He's, like, either 21 or 22 years old. Then there's a 4-year gap between him and his twin siblings, which are Blossom and Leaf. Model older brother Ra, indeed. So Leaf has a twin sister. Her name is Blossom. She is very supportive of her brother, her transitioning, because they used to look so alike, like that people would confuse them for each other, and she's just like, finally, now people won't confuse us for each other. Then there is Shauna, who... oh, I should mention that Leaf and Blossom are 18 years old. Then there is Shauna, who is like 13 years old. She loves rats. Yeah, twins. Technically identical twins. And then there is Lisa, who is like 9 years old, and she loves soup. Soup. She enjoys her soup. But yeah, that is like Fennel and his, siblings. And Fennel still lives with his family because that's a pretty big house. He has the 5 siblings, indeed. A lot of people in the story are kind of shocked that Fennel has 4 siblings because his mom, who is the one who works, is a lawyer. And his dad is, a former cook, but is, a stay-at-home dad. And is, the one that, helps the kids get ready for school. And Fennel, being the model older brother that he is, he also helps his siblings get ready for school before he, heads out to work. In fact, that's partially why he, still lives with his family. And that's because he doesn't want his parents to be too overwhelmed with raising four kids. And, you know, given that Leaf has no other brothers, he kind of just wants to make sure he's, a lot of responsibility. Yeah. Fennel, you know, wants to make sure that he is there for his little brother. And, like, as supportive as he can be. Even if his little siblings cause shenanigans. He still cares about them. Because they are his siblings. He is their brother. But yeah. And there is a reason why some of his siblings have pretty huge age gaps. And that's because of the fact that his parents didn't want to be overwhelmed with just a whole bunch of toddlers at the same time. Especially when, you know, her mom works in legal stuff. And their dad is, of course, a stay-at-home dad, but even he can get overwhelmed. So when they decided to have their last kid, they only really had like one toddler to really take care of. And eventually, their father, Keaton, got a vasectomy so that they didn't have to raise another kid. Because they think that 5 is more than enough of children for a lifetime. That, and, you know, given the amount of pregnancies her mom, Vanessa, had in her lifetime, there's like, yeah, no more. Let's not force you to have any more. Especially since Vanessa is kind of a career-focused woman. And, you know, given that whole thing, Keaton was just like, after her 5th child, Lisa, was born, when he decided himself. Of course, he did inform his wife Vanessa beforehand, but he was just like, I think we've had enough children for several lifetimes. I'm going to get a vasectomy once you're fully recovered from giving birth to our newest child. And of course, yeah, that might be enough of them. Yeah. Like, even though Keaton does love all 5 of his kids, you do like the story though? Yeah. Even though he does love all 5 of his children, he knows that 5 is definitely way more than enough. So he's just like, he kind of chose to, you know, get snipped so that his wife doesn't have to risk The exhausted parents. Yeah. Luckily, the Fennel was like kind of willing to help raise his siblings, especially once he got older. It's why he doesn't live in the same area as Patchouli when she, who is the protagonist, when she, you know, moves into some of the on-site apartments. It's for the LPIA, which is the agency that he works at along with Fennel. It's because he still wants to be there for his siblings when he, you know, isn't at work. And I think by this point, Fennel likely graduated with like an associate's degree. He in like social work and is like waiting for some of his siblings to get older before he pursues a bachelor's or a doctorate. Like, very likely once his youngest sibling reaches middle school, and when his, you know, the oldest of his youngest siblings are in college, which that is probably when he is going to kind of move out of the family. Once, you know, his parents aren't overwhelmed with having to raise all of their children. And his parents kind of blame themselves for how Fennel kind of ended up. Like, they feel really bad about feeling like they forced their son to kind of help raise their own children. Like, having him raise his own siblings. But Fennel is just like, I'm going to be a social worker for one of these days. I better get the training with children as much as I can. And especially since the youngest is autistic, and he plans on training a lot with, you know, autistic kids. He's just like, I could use the experience. Is with my littlest sister. Because that will help me with my job. Because in the end, Fennel is, you know, a family man. Like, would he want to be a father for one day? Yeah, if his partner's cool with it. But does he want to force his partner to have a child if they don't want to? Hell no. Like, he is not going to stoop to that point. Yeah, hell no indeed. He only wants to have a child if his partner actively wants a child as well. And even then, he's going to do a lot of planning. Because that's kind of how Fennel is. He wants, if he ever has an opportunity to become a father, he's going to do so much research in order to make sure that he is prepared for as many potential circumstances he might face, you know, as a parent. And given that he is a trained social worker as well, he definitely knows some things about, you know, how some kids are treated. And, you know, wants to make sure if he ever has a kid or of his own, or if he kind of ends up fostering a kid, he wants to make sure they have a stable life, which is why if he ever becomes a dad, he's gonna wait until his, like, 30s. Until he chooses to even consider potentially being a parent. It's simply because he feels like when he's in his 30s, he will be somewhat stabilized in his career. And therefore, her most likely the ripe age to potentially to consider the possibility of, you know, raising a family. But he isn't at all that closed off to just being a cat dad. Like, he'd be a dad to some cats if he felt like, if he, you know, isn't able to have kids. He's flexible like that. But yeah. Anyway, about Hydrangea. Hydrangea's full name is Hydrangea Pendragon. And this is a reference to Arthur Pendragon, you know, the mythical king of England. And she is represented with the hydrangea flower. And she has her own arc in the story called Hydrangea Macrophylla. It's one of the shortest arcs I have written. Because it's only like 3 or so chapters. But to be fair, that is like 10% of the story. Also, ads are ink, but let me snooze ads before they arrive and interrupt my yapping. But she was kind of taken from her homeland as a child. Because in the time skip between when Patchley first arrives at the Skuldkirken and when she joins the LPIA as an adult, her mother laid siege upon the island of Krysdra, where Hydrangea and a certain other character is from. Essentially, they were kidnapped, and for Hydrangea, well, Hydrangea was kidnapped and experimented on. And that's why she has those scars on her face. Which, for those who know this, the scars on her face are a Transformers reference to the character Brainstorm from Transformers, specifically from the first IDW continuity. But yeah. Eventually she was saved by some of the people who are leading a resistance against the current leader of the Hoop Folk, who reside on the floating island of Hydrangea, which is basically, you know, Krysdra's neighbor. And, you know, she ends up being taken in by a very specific Hoop Folk. And this Hoop Folk is, in fact, the former leader of the island. But his wife, overthrew him and banished him from the civilized parts of the island. He is slowly building up a resistance to hopefully overthrow his wife, given her tyranny and just general piece of shit behavior, because she is also not a good mom. Let's just say that she has never been a good mother. But she was essentially trained to become a knight, you know, by the leader of the former leader of Hydrangea. And fun fact, the former leader of Hydrangea is the ex-husband of the current leader, who are referred to as Kaisers. And he is also the father of the protagonist. That's right, folks. That man is a father in more ways than one. Both with actual children of his own and raising Hydrangea. So yeah, that man is a dad in many ways. And Hydrangea is, of course, thankful for him, you know, raising her. And he kind of gave her a mission to, like, try and find his kids, so that they can try and overthrow the current Kaiser together. And of course, to have Hydrangea learn about humanity, so that's why she lives on Earth and disguises herself. But anyway, ads are starting! Ads are incoming! They are starting soon, so I'm going to take a break from doing all of this. I repeat, ads are in progress. We will return to drawing Hydrangea after these few minutes of ads. Of course, once I, you know, kind of finish drawing this, I'm going to do an intermission and run more ads. Because of course. I was gonna give her wings, but I wasn't fully sure how I could do them. At least here. Because there are several ways I could do them. I'm gonna try and have them be somewhat realistic. And we have about a minute until ads are over. I'm just gonna play my stupid ass mobile game for a little bit. And ads are over. So hold on, actually. Yeah, I know. Let me just... And now... There we go. Also, thank you for the lurkies. So let's erase some of this and merge. And there we go. Let's move all of those down here. And I'm gonna start with, doing a fill on these over here. Oops. And let me just fill all those. Yeah, eventually I will do an outline for all of the line art. I'm not sure what color I'm going to do with her tail, but I know that she kind of has a bit of a warm tone. But yeah. Of course, I'm giving her the same shoes that she wears in her, you know, casual reference. Just go along with it. Yeah. So I'm not fully sure what color I'm going to make the tail. I might make it blue? But I'm going to delete those images. And there is another that I'm going to kind of grab. And it's that. It is. I'm fully aware of how gaudy this looks. Let me just... I forgot to add that color. But let me go do this real quick. Yeah. I'm, you know, just gonna do a lot of this. And there we go. I just need to figure out what I'm going to do with the outfit. Because if I have go with something like this for the top, I might have to do something like this for the bottom. Or I can go with something like this for the top. Which let me do the contrast test. So, contrast-wise, this is looking very good. In fact, very, very nice. But I'm worried about the colors looking a little garish. Just over here. Maybe if I go with this color? It might look a little less garish. Okay, it seems to contrast pretty well. Though it has a very similar value to her tail. So I think I might as well just make it blue. Or whatever. But anyway, that is going to be Hydrangea. So, for anyone wondering, Skelly, what are you going to be doing next? Well, I need to do Osmie. Like, just in general, I need to do Osmie. So, after my little intermission over here, also, I completely forgot something here. I forgot about that. Oops. But anyway, I'm going to go do a little intermission. And then once I return, I am going to start working on Osmie's Krysdra form. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Eborinian. So, I am going to kind of figure out some of Hydrangea's dragon form stuff over here. Because this stuff is a little difficult to kind of conceptualize. Anyway, I should probably change my pen to my sketch pen. And he kind of has a bit of an upturned eye, unlike Hydrangea. And yeah. I'm kind of just trying to figure stuff out before I like try to tackle the whole everything, basically. But first I'm going to do some of the this stuff. Essentially just doing some of her hair. And this is kind of just, oops. It'll be what Hydrangea, no, not Hydrangea, Osmie is going to sort of look like. And I wanted to try and make her look like an Eastern dragon as much as I possibly can. And that means that I'm going to try and sort of simple-ish. But yeah. And yeah. I'm going to try and use... I only have like 2 references. Actually... I'm going to... kind of make a... like... I'm going to make a sketch of her face. And... this is gonna be the nose. And then around here is where the eyes go. Yes, I am just trying to conceptualize all of this. And I think a possible thing I can do is like maybe give her some kind of like eye bridge? Maybe we just do this first. Beforehand. Yeah, I'm gonna try to give her some kind of like rounded shape, I guess. Like maybe add another layer to this. So from this statue, the horns kind of start off from the eye. And hold on. Here you go. So, I actually went to look at Monster High because they have a Chinese dragon doll. Her name is Gina Fire Long. Even though, ironically enough, Chinese and Eastern dragons are usually associated with water. Just to kind of see if they do anything with the horns, but she does not have any. She has no horns to speak of. I think I'm probably going to go with my original idea of kind of having the horns go like this. Like, maybe? But anyway, I think I'm going to grab a body type. And I'm gonna start kind of modifying it a little bit. I'm not going to make her look emaciated. But I am going to try and give her a little bit of I think this is a good baseline. But I'm going to kind of make her legs a little longer. And I'm probably just going to go with a 1-to-1. and ratio. Which actually, let me quickly go to Osmie's outfits. So she actually has shorter legs and a longish torso. I'm not going to save, but she is going to have a bit of a longish body. But generally just try and make her look sort of longer compared to, you know, Hydrangea. Like, while Hydrangea has the leg, mostly just leg, Hydrangea kind of has torso. So probably something like this. And of course, make her 158 centimeters. Actually, hold on. Wait, no. So apparently, according to China, the average female height is 158.9 centimeters for women. So, like, slightly taller than I am. Actually, in the 2020 measurements, one of the, according to a sample between the ages of 20 to 24, the average height for women is 160.6 centimeters or 5'3". So I think I can. I make her 161. So somewhere above average. But yeah. Now I just gotta make a pose for her. I forget that I have this pose saved for some reason. And let's see. I think I'm going to... This is quite an interesting pose. I'm also going to kind of figure out a pose for her, you know, hands as well. Which I think this is a pretty good pose. Wonder. So I'm gonna move this over. And I want to contrast her pose a bit with compared to Hydrangea. Which is, I kind of wanted to make it look a little silly. Or just sillier. Let me just save this as... And this is rep sheet 2, as this is about her Krysdra form. And not her, like, usual... Or, like, quote-unquote usual appearance. And yeah. And she's kind of like just... I'm probably gonna have her in one of her usual outfits. Like, maybe... something... like, usual outfit, but I might, like, draw her in her hanfu. Kinda like just as a way to kinda like make her design a little more centralized. Or, and that's because that's going to be the outfit that she's going to be wearing when she reveals her Krysdra form. But yeah. She's, you know, a bit silly. You know, Osmie. Osmie is a bit of the goofy side character, but she's also part of the main cast. And a lot of her goofiness is just like as a way to kind of compensate for some of her, you know, a way to just have a way for people to, you know, and ads have started. I'll yap more about her once ads have finished. But I'm just gonna finish some of this little sketching. Connecting to chat. Let me turn down the opacity. I'm just gonna continue sketching until ads are over. And, middle part. And that is the sketch, I guess? Yeah, ads are ending soon, and once those end, I'll start yapping more. About Osmie. Now that ads are over, I'm going to yap more about Osmie. So, Osmantha Shijing here is a member of the Krysdra, which are a sister species to the hoop folk, as they live relatively close to each other, enough that a lot of them kind of get along. However, something that happened nearly a decade prior to the story was their, homeland was invaded. And a lot of the Krysdra were destroyed, or otherwise, had fleeing from the homeland. And one of those Krysdra was Osmanthus. And she ended up escaping to the country that the story kind of takes place in, which, hold on, I forgot what it was called. Let me just recollect my memory. Yeah, it's called Krysdra. So she escaped to Krysdra, like roughly 9 years prior to the story. And Osmie was a teenager during this time. So, pubescent. And she ended up becoming a warden of the state, as she had no family to really take care of her. But then Linnea came and, adopted her after Osmie spent years in the foster system. So Linnea is technically her mother, though they don't really, talk to each other like mother and daughter. They kind of have a different kind of dynamic. In fact, Osmie doesn't really refer to Linnea as, mom or anything like that, because she wasn't really pressured to. In fact, she's kind of more likely to call Linnea auntie, if anything. Like, if there's anything remotely family adjacent that Osmie is willing to call Linnea, it's usually like auntie or aunt Linnea. And Osmie, of course, does sort of know Linnea's secret identity. Like, she knows Linnea's first name because they're technically family. But she doesn't really divulge that information to the others because, in her opinion, it's none of her business. But yeah, Osmie and Linnea are kind of tight-knit. Yeah. So, Osmie and Linnea are technically related as being adoptive mother and daughter. Though they don't really treat each other that formally. In fact, their relationship is kind of like more informal. Because, of course, she is still technically Linnea's daughter, but she was adopted just before she was aging out of the foster care system. And it was so that Linnea, well, not Linnea, but Osmie could have someone she could, you know, fall back on. Of course, she, of course, is a childhood friend of Fennel. Well, not really childhood, more like teenage year. Her friend of Fennel. Because they met in, like, middle and high school. But, of course, she couldn't be adopted by Fennel's family because they already had 5 children at the time. In fact, around the time she probably met Fennel, Lisa was very young, like toddler age, and stuff. She did spend a lot of time, you know, helping Fennel and stuff. And also helping around with his siblings and all that. And just giving him sort of someone to interact with that wasn't, you know, his immediate family. And of course, they were part of the color guide together. And because of that, they ended up kind of becoming friends. Like pretty early on. Because they, you know, had a group activity together. But yeah. I'm not going to do an intermission just yet because I don't really feel like doing one. But yeah. Osmie is kind of just one of Fennel's closest friends. They kind of get along, they banter, and all that. Hold on. And yeah. Essentially, Osmie is kind of like the childhood friend of Fennel. They kind of have done a lot of shenanigans together, as, you know, members of their high school band. But regardless of everything, they are just friends. Nothing really more, nothing really less. They're just people who get along. And have a sort of a dynamic that was caused by, you know, kind of knowing each other for a very long time. But of course, her dynamic with Patchley is sort of similar, but not exactly the same. Just stopping in while downtime, understandable. I did Hydrangea during the first half of stream, and now I'm doing Osmanthus. Or just Osmie. Which... let me go to her outfits. Which... I'm gonna save that. And then import. Do not save. But, yeah. I'm just gonna draw this reference. And eventually I will make a 3D render of all these characters. It's just gonna take a long time. Because I need to learn Blender her first. But yeah. And oops. And there we go. And of course her shorts. I think I accidentally made her legs too long. Alright. Let's redo some of this. And make sure she actually looks a little more like her actual height. And yeah. This is just gonna be what Osmie looks like. We're in the final hour of stream, though I could go on for longer. In fact, I might even go on for longer. And you gotta show me how to add an exclamation point. It's just shift what? Or are you talking about the commands? If you're talking about the commands, I use Nightbot. So some people use Streamlabs. Yeah, that is like, you know, how I add my commands. Yeah, commands. Yeah, I use Nightbot, which... if it'll let me paste. Copy and paste. Yeah. That is what I use for all my commands and stuff.
NANI?
And thank you for the raid doing stuff and things. Hello. Yes, hello, how are you? Raid indeed! But yes, hello, hi. My name is Skelly Ace. I am a Dragon Fairy VTuber. And I do a lot of art and stuff. Right now, I am kind of working on my original story, Patchley's Revenge. And specifically doing character designs for some of the characters. Doing good? Yeah, character design. And earlier, I actually worked on the Krysdra forum for Hydrangea, though I'm not fully satisfied with all the colors. We just finished up staring at models in Clip Studio 2. Yeah. Yeah, if you need to do anything like go grab food, use the bathroom, or if you need to go to sleep, feel free to do that. And don't let me leave you hanging. But if you wish to stay and observe, then feel free to stay and observe. Yeah, so to kind of explain these two, have a good rest of stream. Hope you have a good sleep doing stuff and things. Yeah, so essentially, if I go do this, you can see that these two have very differing designs. And that I am not drawing Osmie in a Hanfu. But to kind of explain, these two are Krysdra. And there are two variations of Krysdra, Eastern and Western. Eastern are based off of Chinese and Asian dragons, while Western are based off of European dragons. And, of course, they have different abilities, as well as appearances. Like, of course, Western Krysdra look more like European dragons, and Eastern Krysdra look like the Longs, and generally just all the Eastern dragons of Asian mythology. In fact, for Hydrangea's tail, I literally just used the flag of Wales as a reference. But yeah. So that is essentially the Krysdra in a nutshell. And I am going to do something a little different with Osmie's design over here. If you look over here at Osmie's, initial sketch that I made here, you can see that she doesn't have her twin buns. I thought that would make her design look way too busy, so I did not include them in this, design of, Osmie. Of course, there's also different, there's going to be something way more different in this version of Osmie here, and that's going to be her hair color. Her hair color is going to be significantly different here compared to her human disguise. So she is essentially, this here is her disguise form, and this is her true form. And yeah. That is kind of like the main difference between these two forms. And those are that this is, what she actually looks like without any form of magical disguise. And yeah. That is, Osmie's appearance. And yeah. She is essentially a Chinese dragon, and that's why she has a Chinese name. Well, technically, her name is like an English word. Thank you, who edits that is completely illegible. But yeah. Essentially, Osmie is, out of her disguise in this, version of her. She is no longer concealing her appearance, though she kind of does it as like a formality. And because, she knows that her dragon form might be pretty scary to a lot of people. So she generally just hides it from most people until she kind of gets to know them better. And this includes Fennel. You are being positively incomprehensible. But yeah. That is, you know, Osmie. Eventually I need to make her reference number 1. Which is kind of going to be her, you know, base design. And I also need to start making concepts for certain aspects of the game, like all the character sprites. But mostly just the portraits is what I might, you know, kind of do. And of course some of the CGs, which will also be kind of images in the light novel. But that's going to happen on Thursday. But yeah. Now though, I'm just drawing Osmie. In, you know, her outfits. You know, not her outfit, her Krysdra form. And yeah. I'm gonna finish doing some of her, the rest of her lower body before I do her hands. And then I'll start coloring her more. But yeah. And here we go. You only got 1 minute and 15 seconds of ads. Is about lying to you? Maybe some of the ads are like blocked in your country. But also, I'm completely sorry that I forgot about ads. That's happening. Usually, I think that's just the maximum amount of ads that you can, in terms of minutes that you can get. Some people get more, some people get less. less than that amount. At least that's from what I can probably infer. So let me go use fill tool. And the ad break is over. You need that nutrition. Yeah. But yeah. Let's fill that. And there we go. And here. Let's transfer all of that. And do all of this detail. And there we go. Now I just need to do this tail. And also all the fluff that it contains. Yeah, luckily I did a good chunk of the research that I needed to do for the stream over the weekend, so I didn't have to like frantically search for much other than the flag of Wales. And that is that. Now I just need to that seems a little contrast seems a little poor. Or what's that? Let me think. On how to do this. So I can do that. Do I have a color palette for citrine? Oh, I have one for gold. So there's this color palette, and maybe I'll use she looks a little blonde. Hold on. I'm gonna pick this. Oh yeah, that looks way better. Now let's just go correct all the colors and their placements. Yellow. Hi, indeed. Yeah. Now we have a somewhat good color for Osmie. So of course I can always include this as well. Give her a little like highlight here. But yeah. This is a pretty good color. New palette for Osmie. At least I believe. And actually, let's replace the pan color with that. So it looks a little nicer. But yeah. I think I forgot to add a little seam here. Because I did. But yeah. Now we have a color for Osmie. I'm probably going to eventually add these colors to her palette. And I'm going to also thicken up some of these lines over here. They're kind of like the scaly part. We'll see how goes. It goes well. I am refining colors. For Osmie. And also refining some of the lines. Because some of them are pretty thin. But yeah. I actually got rated earlier. Which is cool. But yeah, eventually I'm gonna need to probably make some 3D renders. Of all of the characters, and especially for, you know, Osmie and Hydrangea, because their design, especially their Krysdra forms, are pretty complex. And since I'll be drawing them a lot in different perspectives, it's probably important that I have a 3D render of those two, especially. That I can easily reference later on when I'm in the actual part of making this. That involves a lot of, you know, drawing of those, you know, different character forms to try and make them, you know, consistent. Thank you for the doot. But yes, it is kind of like just the story of my life right now. Just trying to make sure everything goes smoothly. I probably need to go learn Blender so that I can kind of make a model, you know, for these characters. And if anything, I'm going to at least make 3D models of certain characters' heads. But for characters like Osmie and Hydrangea, I might do a full body. So that I, you know, can easily have a full body reference of, you know, their tails and their horns. But yeah. Eventually I'll try and like solidify the color palette here. Because of course the main color that is not like some form of, you know, orange or yellow is this. It is a bluish gray. These characters are based off of a book I'm writing? Yes. I've been writing that story for about a year now. In fact, I originally made this story concept nearly 2 years ago. So, yeah. Eventually, I will, you know, make more concept art of all the characters. And I will try to do a more full bodies, including the reference sheet for you know, Osmie here. Which, if I kind of look at the amount of character profiles I have compared to reference sheets, the two characters who need reference sheets that have none are Linnea and Lily. And that only includes the characters who have designs. I still have several characters that are named yet have no designs as of right now. And a lot of those characters are somewhat reoccurring and are part of the organization that, you know, Petzley is part of, along with some of the other characters like Osmie here. So I might take some time in order to kind of design them. I know I have to do Peony, and Catria, along with Cordelia. Those three characters all need designs. So I might make them somewhat basic looking, but also try to keep them looking interesting. Which means more concept art! Woo! Eventually I will upload all of the... I'll try to finish all of the concept art and stuff. But I probably also need to look through all of what I've written so far and kind of figure out scenes where, or like parts of the story where I'm going to include drawings and make little descriptions of those drawings. Then on Thursday, I'll start doing some thumbnails for certain stories. Like for some of the chapters. Like, for example, I probably need to kind of figure out certain, characters. And the big thing is that I need to make designs for the younger versions of Patchouli and Dahlia, otherwise known as Lavender and Primrose. I have to make more solidified designs for those two characters. And that is, of course, going to take a while. But I will try to make, take some effort to try and learn them. Like, figure out their designs. In fact, I already have some concepts for the two characters, for younger Patchouli and Dahlia. And this is one of them. And another is this. But I think I might change some of Primrose's appearance to make her connection to being Dahlia a little less prevalent or obvious. I also have, a whole bunch of other stuff. I have the book I was writing in the server. I probably need to post the links to the master list and all that. So, I'm not sure what to do now. Of course, I have a bunch of things written down for the to-do list, including like back sketches for all the characters and expressions, but I don't think I'm going to have enough time to do that. Let me just correct this little mistake in color. But yeah, take it at my own pace, no rush. Yeah. So I think I'm actually gonna go use the bathroom, since ads are starting up anyway. in a few minutes. So I will go use the bathroom, and then when I return, I'll figure out what to do for the next few minutes. You'll go get your sister and be back then? Alright, go acquire your sister. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. So, I think that since of course I'd usually end stream at about 8.5 minutes. But I don't think I'm going to do that. At least for now. And I'm going to change that to back. And I think I'm going to kind of do that. And let's move that over here. But yeah. I think I should And this is, of course, going to be the back. And I kind of just start and and I think I need to move this a little. And I think this is a good point of reference. So I might have to do that. And do this. And let me just erase some of this. And but yeah. I'm gonna continue working on this until I feel like ending stream. Yeah, right now I'm kind of just editing. All of these. And yeah. And erase this. And also erase those. But yeah. I'm gonna erase that. There we go. And there we go. And there we go. So going to do a little bit of this. There we go. And there we go. I think this looks pretty nice. But yeah. Then there we go. And so over here. There we go. I might make the hair over here a bit lower opacity. Over here. So that it's a little visible. Like somewhat more visible for the back part. Or like just completely omit the hair. But yeah. But yeah. I think this is a good back reference. Now we just do some rudimentary fills. Of course, certain aspects of the design are going to likely change. And this, of course, includes certain colors. But yeah. I will eventually refine some of this later on. But I think this is a pretty good start to the back reference for Hydrangea. At least for our current purposes. But yeah. This is probably going to be what I'll be... This is probably going to be it for the design. I'm probably going to ask someone in one of the Discord servers I'm in for feedback or something for, you know, the design, because I'm still not fully sure how I'm going to really do the top. Because I want it to blend in with the hair too much, but I also want it to kind of still stand out. But anyway, that is going to be it for me. I will return tomorrow with Date Everything, as I need to increase my poise stat. But yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. So y'all will have to watch some ads before the stream ends, but I'll be seeing y'all tomorrow. Bye y'all!